How we doing, everybody? Welcome to another episode of Getting Jiggly. I'm Will, and today we're getting it painted with some more Marvel United minis, which, of course, the thumbnail said, and I've said all week, and, well, that's normally what we paint on Friday nights. But yeah, we do need to get these painted because we want to play these next week during our Marvel United Megaverse stream, so, of course, subscribe if you want to watch those playthroughs. Most likely will be Tuesday, because I think I already determined Monday, Wednesday, and Friday are going to be me trying to finish my Draw into Adventure, which is what we did today. With that said, we're just going to go ahead and get to paint, because that's really all this is about, is painting minis and chatting with people that come out to the chat to chat. The problem I'm going to have, I think, with these guys, so, besides needing to switch my glasses, because that's always a problem, is I think they'll all be pretty quick, which is why I'm hoping I can get them all done in my normal 5-hour stream. If I can get them done quicker than that, yay. And the reason I say that is Blob is really just blue and then his flesh tone, right? Fantomex is pretty much just white with some black accents. Storm is pretty much black, and then her flesh tone, and does she even, what color is her shirt? White, maybe? No, her black as well. So just black. Wolverine is naked, so he's just gonna be flesh tone. So, hi, Lucita. How are you, sweetie? Are you coming? You coming for kiss? For good night kiss? Okay, good night. Mwah. Yeah, Daddy has different glasses on. Okay, we gotta go with Mommy now. Want what? No, no, no. She's not. Yeah, she did that earlier. She crawls underneath the things. No, Lucita. Are you gonna go? Are you gonna go get Pony Story, or Puppy Story? What? You're gonna get Pony Story tonight. Okay. Well, good night. Good night, sweetie. Okay. Bye, Lucita. All right. So yeah. So I think most of these should be pretty easy. The hardest part is some of these are going to take multiple coats. So let's get him pink first, because of course we need to get him pink before we can make him yellow. And I did have to break him. I broke this off so I could prime him and then, you know, make this thing. But again, I've not primed the Marvel United minis before and have never had problems. I say that, right? Knock on wood. But yeah, I've done it several times. All right. We want to get this done quick, or not say quick, but we just want to get the color on him quick. So we're just going to use a big brush. I may have overwatered my wet palette, though. We will find out. Yes. We're just gonna. If I had pink primer, I do actually. I said if I had pink primer, I actually do have pink primer. So I bought some pink primer to prime some things for Lucita's room. So technically, I had pink primer. I could have primed it pink, but it'd be very weird priming one person pink. So I must have put the cover on my brush wrong, because I've got two stray bristles now. Very annoying. And what else? His hair is actually yellow too, so let's go ahead and... Although it's going to be a duller yellow, so this might not be what I needed to do. But Fantomex, I did prime him white, which means that, like, I think Pyro got a little bit white and Storm got a little bit white from the overspray. All right, his hat is orange. I don't know why in the description I put torch. I don't know why I put torch instead of Pyro. I was thinking Human Torch. I don't know why. And then, like, once you have something on your brain, like your brain can't reset to the proper thing. So it never reset back to Torch until like an hour later, and all of a sudden I remembered his name was Torch. So I can get these bristles to stick back where they're supposed to go. How you doing, David? I see you there. Extra Life. Are you guys not aware? We support Extra Life charities. You can support Extra Life charities by donating in the links below. His shoulders, yeah, his shoulders are pink or yellow. I'm saying pink because that's what I'm painting, but yellow. Yeah, I might have thinned this just a little bit too much. That is it. Well, no, his wire or his hoses are yellow as well. Why pink only in certain parts? Because these are the parts that are going to be yellow. So pink helps yellow. Sometimes. I gotta say sometimes. We've done this on many streams, and sometimes it helps, sometimes doesn't. We will see. The problem is there's not a good art of him by himself without me going and pulling it up online. So I may have to pull it up to kind of see how I want to do these tanks on the back. Because from the picture, they look orange, right? But I'm wondering if this cage is yellow or orange. I would imagine yellow because it's offset from the tanks. So I'll probably have to look that up. There we go. So he is done. I say he's done. He's not done. His pink is done. He's going out as a fashionista. His pink is done. And I've debated, right? I said this earlier. Like, do I want to just go ahead and knock him out because he's going to be the quickest? Or do I want to, do everybody else? I know that Logan's going to take more than one coat of flesh tones. So let's just go ahead and get the flesh tones knocked out. And I'm going with tawny flesh today instead of pale flesh. Toad probably should be pale flesh, though. So I think we will do pale flesh for Toad. He looks toady, right? He looks a little paler than the other guys. Gives you a little variety too, right? I gotta be careful with my wet palette. I did not get a piece of parchment paper that's big enough for the whole thing. So I'm kind of playing with half a parchment paper. And we're just going to slap it on Wolverine because he's naked. And pretty much this is 90%, 90% of him is just going to be flesh tone. At least they gave him some pants. In the art, it doesn't look like he's got pants. Because I don't know if he actually would have or did have in the comics. Tanks like that tend to be color-coded in real life based on what they're supposed to contain. Ah, okay. So I don't remember his power so much in the comics, but I think it's similar to the movies. I mean, I'm reading I need to get back to reading. Instead, we end up staying up too late watching TV, and then we don't go to bed early enough for me to read. And when I do go to bed, I end up just staying on my phone instead of reading my comics. I should read my comics. I'm paying for Marvel Unlimited. I should read my comics. I don't remember if he needs a fire. I don't think he creates fire, right? I think because otherwise he would be like the Human Torch and all them. I think he can control fire, which is how they had him in the comic or in the movies too. They had him just control fire. If I remember correctly, he can just control it. So I would imagine those are some type of flammable chemical, right? And then it probably has igniters on the ends to then make it ignite. There's 2 bristles. I'm going to have to cut that bristle off. It got bent so badly. When I forgot to look up, and again, because it's evening stream and it reminds me of Shadow as well. I forgot to look up if anything has happened in the Philippines. Like, have there? I don't think it's their tropical storm season. Right? Is theirs the same time of year ours is, or is theirs the opposite of ours? Like for us, we start getting our tropical storms down here in Florida late summer into fall. So I don't know if they've had tropical storms out there where Shadow lives. All right. That's good for a first coat. Oxygen in one tank, maybe acetylene in the other. Yeah. You're gonna be. I was gonna say you're gonna be easy, but I need to actually be careful because I really don't want to mess up your face mask. Luckily, he's got black lines around these edges, so that's it. That was all. Big boy. All right, big boy. The Blob. So I listened to, there's Marvel, and I wish they would have continued, but Marvel did some little podcast narrative stories on SiriusXM for a while. But then I guess they didn't renew their agreement, so they stopped making them. But there was one, the Wastelanders, right? Which, of course, they've got some comics also based on it. And in that one, in one of the Wastelander ones, it was the Hawkeye one. The Blob is actually like the leader of a circus. He's like the owner of a circus sideshow. And I guess he keeps growing because they say he's in like multiple semi-truck containers, like transport containers. Stacked high and wide. So I guess he can just keep growing. Or at least in that, telling. Like, well, he's a big boy. I don't have my knife with me, otherwise I'd cut these two things off. I do have scissors. But it's better to use your hobby knife because then you can make a nice clean cut along the edge of the barrel. Ferrule? Ferrule. They gave him rolls right here. Sometimes I talk about this. I mean, most of what I've been painting lately is CMON minis, and it's like some of the minis like have really good detail, really good, attention to detail, like adding things and all. Some things don't, and this is one where it kind of does, right? They gave him his little fat rolls. So Blob stays a villain. In that story, no. I mean, he was trying to make an honest living, right? So in the Wastelanders, it's not too much of a spoiler, this is the very beginning. The superheroes team up together, right? They finally team up properly to take down the heroes. And the way they do it, their key thing, the Red Skull's key thing was to use Mysterio against Wolverine, and that's how they took down the X-Men. And then Dr. Doom teamed up and Red Skull. So they re-irradiated, so double irradiated the Hulk. So then he went crazy. So like they finally figured out a plan, a proper plan, and were able to defeat all the heroes. So in this area, or at least where they are, is in California. That's where Hawkeye and then he's the only Avenger who has survived. Although later it's revealed that Black Widow also survived. But yeah, so him and Mockingbird are together. And so a circus rolls into town, and this is who is Zemo. Baron Zemo got California. So yeah, it was good. I mean, it was a good couple days worth of listening to back and forth as I'm driving to and from work. So, second coat. The Brotherhood that you're playing now. Oh yeah. He's a villain. Yeah, they didn't. The Brotherhood were the. So the Brotherhood were the early backing. They were the Kickstarter exclusive for backing the Kickstarter, right? So Simon sometimes did that. If you backed even just the core pledge, you got a bonus for your core box that you normally wouldn't get. Normally it was just like one extra mini, like Doctor Strange or something like that. But in the X-Men one, they gave you the Brotherhood as your extra. So then you would have Magneto in the Brotherhood, and then of course Mystique and Sabretooth. So yeah, he was the. They act. All three of these are going to act together, David. So when I play these, all three of these are on the board at the same time, right? And then your card is going to say what happened. So he moves 0, then you bam, then he moves 1, and then he moves 0, he moves 1, he moves 2, and then you bam. I've always thought it was this way. You do 1, then bam. Like the bam should have been like over here, right? Not the way they did it. So you move each one of them, and then you bam. So you do each one of them's bam. So you have more that you have to kind of pay attention to with this one, because there's well, three spots that can bam on top of. I don't know about their threat cards, because again, I don't usually look at too much ahead of time, to my own detriment. So let's get our second coat on. I was debating Barbarian skin, but I think that gets too dark for what I want to do here with Wolverine. He's a Canuck from the north, but like in some comics, they draw him a little bit darker. He's got a little bit more, I think the word is melatonin, right? That's the pigment in one's skin. The heroes will be this version of Wolverine, Mohawk Storm, and Fantomex. So Fantomex, I don't know where he came from. I had to jump in time through some comics, right? He showed up one day. He has some kind of like control type person thing. I don't know. It's weird. I think he's got telepathy. He's French, if I remember correctly. He's French. Does like dark ops stuff usually. So like he's been on X-Force. X-Force is the Dark Ops. Most of the time. Kind of like a spy type mutant. He has like a ship that's like a brain. He calls it Mother or something. Like I said, he's weird, and I've never really gone in depth of who he is. He just showed up in I think X-Force comic that I was reading like years ago, and I'm like, okay, we'll go with it. He's somebody. Hope I don't have to do 3 coats. It almost looks like I'm going to have to. So there's certain spots that still I can kind of see the gray poking out. Then again, once you get other colors on, sometimes that goes away. Get in there. This is normally my speed paint brush, so I don't mind using it. It's my basing brush. Second coat there, second coat there, second coat here. Much in his mouth. Second coat here. I'm doing this, and I still got to paint him completely white. So, and then big boy. Ugh. Somebody's getting a bath and she doesn't sound too happy about it. Because she speaks 2 languages, I never know like if she's actually saying something or if it's just like gibberish. Because I don't understand Spanish enough to understand her. I think I've talked about that. Like, it is amazing how their brains work. Like, she knows I'm not supposed to speak Spanish. So if she's having conversations with Mama in Spanish, you're not having conversations with me. Oh, there she goes. She was unhappy about the bath. Now she's unhappy about going to bed. Not sure why. Like, she likes her story time. She likes Mama tucking her in. I think she knows that she thinks she's going to miss out, I think, on things. It's the reason we're having trouble potty training. So if anybody has any potty training tips, let us know. We've tried everything that everybody's recommended. We just can't get her to let us know. Because again, I think she's just afraid of like missing out, right? And she's very thinky, right? So she's always wanting to think about things and see things and stuff like that. So it kind of adds to that complexity. Because she's also smart enough to know that we're trying to or not trying to do something. Like, we can't say we're going to do something and then not actually do it. She remembers. Like we told her one time we're going to do something like we're going to the beach this weekend. And she says, what about the playa, which is the beach? We're like, no, it's like 2 more days. She asked about the playa. No, it's going to be a couple more days before we go to the playa. And then like on the day of, she's like, all right, what are we doing today? Oh, we're going to the playa. The playa. Got to put it with the ja for Colombian Spanish. Yeah, I'm probably going to need a 3rd coat. He's got the same thing because he's so much skin. It's very visible on some of these high spots where it's still showing the gray. There we go. All right, I'm done with flesh for a little while. We'll do touch. Well, I say I'm done, but I got to do Toad's flesh. And I got to do Storms as well. So for whatever reason, I've used this brown a couple times now, and I say I like this brown, this dark flesh tone. I like it. It's like a chocolatey brown. I like it. But I keep forgetting to daub the top. So I had to go through all my paints again to find this brown again. It's crazy. I don't have kids. The one bit I've heard is kids eventually learn to use the toilet. No teen hasn't mastered this, so relax. Yeah. The relaxed part, David, comes down to cost. Diapers aren't cheap. Diapers aren't cheap. You only need a little bit of pale flesh because he's not much of a person. Or he's not showing much, I should say. And we'll probably have to do 2 coats on him anyways. Should have did this earlier. I don't know what I just forgot. I was like, I know I was going to do him a different color. Shit, I could have base coated him in the darker color and then just use this as a second coat. That's it. Switch to cloth for a while. Well, we've got the new pull-ups. So the new pull-ups have a wet feeling thing in them. She doesn't care. she feels the wet and she doesn't care. She's too preoccupied with everything else. Trying to figure things out and, like I said, learn things and all that stuff. All right, let's do storms. I guess we're doing skin first. Maybe that's why I need to. Maybe I need to start, like, I gotta figure like a pattern for my videos. Because I stopped doing chapters and stuff because it became too erratic to try to chapter them. Maybe if I do like, okay, we're doing everybody's flesh tones. Okay, we're doing everybody's shirts. I don't know. Is this the give money hand or the get money hand? Anybody know? I hope it's the get money hand. I don't need to be given more money. Like I said, last weekend was last time I was doing my painting, right? It was was that last Saturday? Yeah, last Saturday, right? It was a $200 day of repairs. Try not to get too much on the hair because I gotta paint that white. This is technically the storm I should have used when we did Callisto. But I think you had to beat Callisto to unlock her, which, you know, I guess they weren't necessarily going for thematic with the way they laid it all out on the map. I'm guessing. Getting little bubbles. I don't like the little bubbles. Yeah. I had to double check her shoulders. Her shoulders are on here. Good, basic good combat with a fancy mutant-seeking gun. The wiki for Fantomex says he has the powers of illusion, telepathy, blocking with mask, and a flying ship that can do energy blast, and a basic good combat with a fancy mutant-seeking gun. Yeah, as I said, he's weird. Like I don't know what they were looking for when they made him, because none of it makes sense. And I don't know if they've had like an in-depth comic talking about his background, because that's kind of the thing. He's kind of a mystery. Like he's kind of out for himself. There's a mutant. There's another one that wears a mask too. He's a doctor, so he's got like healing abilities and stuff. But yeah, they're both kind of they. It might have been around Morrison when he was doing like the new X-Men and stuff in the early 2000s. Because that's when they made Beast look like a cat for whatever reason. Actually, I don't mind the cat look. Actually, they made him look like a cat for a while, then they made him look like an ape for a while, then they kind of now just made him look like a cat ape thing. I don't know what he's supposed to be now. There's 7 coat, 1 toad. I think they were just trying to find new things to do with the X-Men. Like, oh, we've got the same old powers, the same old things. Let's try to spice it up a bit. They've got a couple cool new ones that came out. One of them, he was, and he shows up every now and then. He's Weapon Plus. Okay, so yeah, he has weapons. Okay, that's right. Yeah, so he's Weapon 11? Or no, is he before Wolverine? No, he's after Wolverine. He's 11, I think. All right, so we've done the majority. Should we just knock out Wolverine? I mean, he's got, like, nothing left. He's got hair, a bunch of metal cables, and metal helmet. Toad's haircut is the worst in his tongue. Yeah, he's got that old bowl cut. They've got him looking like a, I mean, I know he's been like this for a while. He looks like, you know, somebody from medieval times, right? Like his little jester type outfit thing. Not sure why. Not sure why. All right. So, let us get, where's my necromantic cloak? There it is. Let Storm dry before we try to do a second coat. Weapon 13. Okay, yeah, so several after Wolverine. And they've retconned and said that Captain America now is Weapon 1. So they've done some retconning as well. Thing is, I should remember that because I played the legendary the legendary Weapon X. Not recently, I guess, is really the problem. And he's in that set. All right, no more big brush. I gotta go to this one. Oh, I'm trying to be careful around these metal bits. I'm gonna have to paint them silver, and the silver goes better over black than it does over not black. So. Well, now I don't know where Captain America is in the timelines because they've retconned him again recently, from what I understand. Like in the last year. Um, like I always know that they say when they wake him up is moves, right? The timeline moves um, to make it more in line with modern age. But if I remember correctly, it was a new story that basically retconned the whole thing um, of when he wakes up or when he gets unfrozen. And that retcon screws up like a lot of the rest of the timelines because of it. I remember it was like I don't know if it was a Reddit post or an article I was reading. I mean, I guess you got to look at it. It's like, okay, do you keep your timeline going, which Marvel has done? Marvel has never truly rebooted their timeline. Even their Secret Wars, where they said, "Oh no, that was a new universe and it's a new cosmos." 99.9% of the history that has occurred still occurred, right? Whereas DC, they like every other week they decide they want to reboot the entire universe. And they've got something right now called, I guess, Absolute, or not Absolute. Is it Absolute? They got something right now where it's basically a more gritty, realistic world, kind of similar to what Marvel did with the Ultimate Universe. People seem to really be liking that. Why do they have to keep waking Cap up in different times? Because of the sliding timeline. So the timeline has to slide so that way it can still be modern day. So if they woke him up when, the original wake up happened back in the 60s, then, he'd be, 60 years older than what he was, right? And that can't happen. So they slide the whole timeline slides. So like when the Fantastic Four go into space, when Peter Parker gets bit by the spider, all of that slides. Right now, the last time Marvel said it has been only 15 years since all that originally happened. Basically since Fantastic Four #1, because that's really where they set their starting point as Fantastic Four #1. They're saying it's been 15 years since then. It means everything that's happened over the last 60 or 70 years has happened in the course of 15 years. Now, the problem is there are some areas where in a single year, maybe it's been 4 years for a year to pass. But then in other ones, they've seen a more rapid timeline to where maybe it was only 2 years for a year to pass. Because it would just be weird to tell stories in modern times with characters that are still in their 20s. Man, write the stories for New Year's, don't recycle. Oh, you're talking about within, well, they don't, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, they don't wake him up. Although, again, this new comic or whatever it is, I haven't read it. It was it's either from this year or the end of last year. That one, I think they did change something. Basically, they go back and retell the history. But you're right. Why go back and affect the history? Now, the reason they say they do it is because for storytelling, they need to change something to make the story they want to tell work. Which makes some people happy, doesn't make other people happy. I mean, he's supposed to have straps on his arms holding all this stuff in, but I don't think they did the straps. Oh, yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. Those are going to be a pain in the neck to paint, especially since I already painted these black. I don't know where it is on this other side. But yeah, the wake up, I mean, is just it's a theoretical wake up that one of the authors or somebody at Marvel once upon a time said. So basically, if 15 years ago is when um, the Fantastic Four were created, right? Then you have, I forget how many years before the Avengers were created, and then they wake up or they get a woken up Cap, right? So say that's, I don't know, say that's 5 years. That means Cap's only been awake for 10 of the last 15 years of Marvel timeline. I did turn off my fan. I'm seeing if that, I don't know if that's going to help or not with the paint drying out. Again, I live in Florida. I don't know how I could not have humidity. Now, the one person who hasn't changed is actually Wolverine. They don't adjust his. They just make it so he's older than what he was. Honestly, with his, they keep taking his history back further, but now I think they finally solidified it. He was born in like the 1820s or something. Or at least that's the current origin. Find all this. The only problem with what I did when I was just like slapping the flesh tone on. Now I gotta try to hunt down edges. That's right. Paint this black because silver goes over black. Should not be using this brush for that. And it's a cheap synthetic. So I'm still too afraid to use a Kolinsky Sable brush because I can get a not say an expensive set, but I can get a not so expensive set to try. But still, it's just that fear of like messing up. I don't know how many brushes come in. It's let's say it's a 5-pack for $25. Messing up a $5 brush. Humidity is when the air is so thick you bump into another person. Yeah, I don't like humidity. Do not color inside the goggles. Well, you're gonna have to make that red. I don't want to do like 5 coats of red in there. He got his mutton chops. Not have to be perfect. I just need to get it covered, so then put the silver on it. Yeah, definitely gonna have to have some touch-up. Lamb butchers get first dibs on the mutton chops. Is that the best part of the lamb? The mutton chops. Mutton. I like lamb. It's hard to find though. But then again, I don't go shopping at like places where I probably should be able to find it, like, you know, an actual butcher. No one dish for lamb, but it's excellent. You can find lamb around some of the Jewish holidays, Passover. What did I make with lamb once? I think it was just I made a lamb stew once. So we make soups for lunch. That's what we have for lunch. Is most of the time is soup, and then like on off days we have like just wraps with, you know, meat and cheese and spinach and tomatoes and stuff. But yeah, so I always struggle for like, okay, what am I gonna do for my next soup? All right, so let's do her second coat, and then we'll go get her black done. Definitely gonna have some touch up I need to do on Wolverine. That was not very clean what I did. And so it's weird as they have her as Mohawk Storm, and then they've got her with her white eyes and lightning in the picture, but I don't remember her getting her powers back while she was still in this outfit. I think she was only in this outfit when she didn't have her powers. Which is what I said. She fought Callisto while she didn't have her powers with her Mohawk. She also fought Cyclops without her powers and beat him. That's how she became the leader of the X-Men. And he stepped down to go be with Madeline Pryor and Nathan. She looks dark on the screen than she is. She looks light. She's lighter to me. Not going to black prime the claws. Oh, yeah, probably should have. Good point. Probably should have. Come here. Yeah, I kept saying it makes the silver going better, and I didn't even. You're rolling off the table. There we go. All right. Guess we'll go ahead and do Storm's outfit while we're at it. But yeah, so they got her. I give you that, right? They got this lightning bolt thing going on. So I could, without her powers. So she grew up as a thief in Cairo. So she has skills beyond just her, you know, powers. So she beat him in hand-to-hand combat. Callisto, I don't know what Callisto's power is, actually. I don't know if I've ever, like, looked it up to see. Or I just don't remember. Question is, do I break this up? So her boots, her sash, everything is black. I'm debating, do I break it up with like actual black so that way it's not, probably will. Probably need to do her boots and her belt black. But they don't all look the same. And now because I'm making her black, now I'm wondering if I went too dark on her skin tone. Might need to add a drop of the flesh tone into it, and I don't know. We'll see. I'll see how she looks. I just don't want her to look like a blob on the table of one color. Or just hard to make out because it's all the same. Or not say the same, but similar tones. White eyes and hair and lightning. Yeah, probably. Like I said, she looks slightly dark, which is always weird because normally my screen looks lighter, but she looks slightly darker on the screen than she does in person, so. And I'll probably do the same wash like I did with um, Ironheart. So Ironheart, I did a blue wash to make her boots and all light up, or look like they're lit up. I don't paint, but I look on a lot of mistakes as fortunate accidents and save some painting time. Yeah. Happy little accidents. Bob Ross. Watched Bob Ross as a kid. Never actually tried to paint what he painted, though. I don't know if it was a combination of me being intimidated, so not wanting to try. I mean, not having the materials, of course, is a factor, but I wanted to try. I could have always had my parents buy them for me when I was a kid. I used to make models, like car models, planes, helicopter. Had a couple models I built, so always did like tester paints. My problem with those is, of course, those are enamel paints, and those are, not the easiest thing to work with. Also impatient. So like I would always mess up the finish on the car and different stuff like that, even on the primer, because I was too impatient and I wanted to go ahead and start building it or whatever, right, and get it done. So I never really quite got the knack. Now, luckily with, acrylics, they dry quicker. But I know like there are mini painters out there now that are actually moving on to oils, the same oils you would use for like an oil painting, and they're using those for minis now because it has a longer working time, so it allows you to do things like blending and stuff longer. Fan is vibrating again. Luckily, it's not coming back into the microphone for you guys. Does she have the X buckle? No, just regular buckle. No, when they did this one, like she really wasn't. They didn't have her looking like an X-Men character at this time. Yeah, so I'll take the straight black and see how that looks. Trying to debate, like, which pieces would I do straight black? So I'm also kind of afraid, okay, if I do straight black, it's too stark of a difference. Maybe I just do the belt first to kind of see how it looks. Yeah, let's see. Stupid fan. It's a really old fan. I should buy a new one. Audrey uses it in the living room for her and the baby, or not the living room, the dining room. Our dining room, for some odd reason, has like weird circulation, even though there's a vent like right next to it. So like, we play board games or something out on our dining room table, it just gets so hot out there. It's weird. We need to go smaller. Oops. Missed. Well, black leather is half an X-Men look. Yeah. Well, again, depends on the series and the what it is. You know, the movies. Yeah, I was like, oh, let's go with this black X-Men. Let's go with black leather as their costumes. I mean, I get it. It is really hard to make a comic book translate into the real world, right? And I'd say the newer Marvel movies have done a better job of that. Because, like, if you look at, like, Superman, right? He just doesn't feel like he fits in, like, the world. Like, it just doesn't make sense. So you have to be in that disbelief. So if they want to make it seem like, oh, no, this is actually could take place or is in our world, it's kind of hard to really do that sometimes. I completely missed her entire pant leg over here. Missed the boot, missed the pant leg. Oh, what I was doing over here. Just trying to give it a textured leather look, I guess. So now I went down there to paint her toe. It's kind of weird. I forgot, I'm also painting with a lighter gray than I normally paint with. So normally this Necromancer cloak, maybe I don't need to worry about. Yeah, I completely missed her kneecap too. Holy cow, Will. Yeah, so I normally probably don't need to worry as much with coat coverage, because that dark gray helps hide some of it. But this light gray, no, not so much. All comics are fantasy, but a good fantasy says something about the real world. David getting awful philosophical out there. I don't know if I want to do her shirt so it stands out more. No, probably not. Should I do the boots? Probably. Now they've recently powered Storm up in the comic. She's merged with a cosmic entity, cosmic god. So now she's even more powerful. And she was always one of the more powerful mutants. So kind of saying something. Yeah. There's Storm. Some matte black and some glossy black. To do that, I would need brush on varnish, and I don't have brush on varnish, unfortunately. So again, her base will have some color. I mean, here's the honest truth for everybody else, right? David, this is what you're gonna see, right? So when I'm playing, that's what you're gonna see. You're gonna see her Mohawk. So I mean, it doesn't really matter too much. All right. Do I go after Fantomex? Yeah, I guess I do. I was gonna just save him for last, but like I said, worst case, I don't get this done tonight. Well, I was gonna say I'll paint it Monday while I'm on call, but Monday's a holiday, so I guess I'll be painting it Tuesday while I'm on calls. Oh, dang it, Will. I needed to paint him completely white first. I mean, he looks mostly white because, you know, I did a white. Get this dried off. Or dried more. I did a white, you know, spray on him, but I need to paint him white first. So let's get a coat of white on him. He's gonna be fun too. He's got zigzags on here, And that's white on black that I'm going to be playing back and forth with probably 500 times. I don't know what color his pouches and stuff. Okay, his pouches, everything black. Okay, so he's mostly black and white. Yep. Blue eyes, though. He's got pretty blue eyes. Light gray is close to white, but a brighter white would look nice. Yeah. And that's the other thing. Like, I've had stuff that looks like close enough with the primer. And just for some reason, my mind knows that it's primer. And I still have to put paint over top of it. The exception were the zombies that I did, right? When I did the zombies, I was like, well, they're zombies, and I'm going to put a wash. So to me, the wash kind of helped my mind a bit. But yeah. Go ahead and get him an extra coat. Especially up inside these crevices. I say an extra coat. He's wearing a coat already. Doesn't need to. Also, some of the blue plastic is still shown through too. So. This little mask thing reminds me of like Scorpion and Sub-Zero from Mortal Kombat. Get over here. So recently there was a Mortal Kombat deck building game. And it was based on the DC deck building game system. Unfortunately, they made it completely versus. So I didn't back it. Also, I'm not a fan of the DC deck building game system. I've never played it, but it just seems too simplistic. I mean, I guess, you know, if you want to say baby's first deck builder, it'd be fine. But yeah, it's like you have one resource and use that same resource for everything, for attacking and for buying. So it's kind of weird. And you're really, I don't think, going up against the boss per se, like you are in Legendary or Champions. It is going to be a fun part, keeping this smooth. I don't remember how I did this one, Storm. Probably 500 coats, if I'm not mistaken. I know I primed her white, so. Don't forget the knees. Ah, thank you. I forgot it on Storm, didn't I? I don't want to do that again. Problem is, once you start on the cloak, you got to finish it. Because if any of it starts to dry, you cannot go back over it. And I usually forget, and I end up going back over it. It must be taking a while to get her to sleep. I hear we got this weird like storybook telling thing. Normally it's like, I forget how much it normally is. Normally it's like, I think 60 or $80. But they were on clearance at Walmart for 15 or 20. So I was like, sure, we'll give it a shot. And she likes it. She likes us reading her stories, but she seems to like the little thing. It's kind of like a movie projector. And then it has like these books you can buy, and it just basically reads the story to you. So also figured if she can, you know, do it herself, so we don't have to necessarily read to her. The nice thing is it also shows the story, the words for the story on the wall. So she can actually, as she's learning to read, she'll be able to kind of follow along and read with it. I say learning to read, she's 2. It's crazy. She is something else. I know a lot of people say that because, you know, it's their kid and they want to, you know. No, Lucita is something else. I don't know when they recommend getting them tested, but I will probably be doing that at some point. We're also going to homeschool because I don't want her to be held back by the education system in the U.S. Because I feel like I was kind of held back by the education system in the U.S. What I wanted to do, what I could do, wasn't encouraged much when I went through school. And ironically, the weirdest thing with me is like I had to go to like summer school for reading and summer school for I'd have to go to summer school for math. What happened? I tested for, it's weird. Yeah. I tested for being academically gifted at one point. And I tested low in math and high in reading. And the school was like, oh, that's because we had you go to summer school. I'm like, no. The only reason you sent me to summer school for reading was because of my spelling, because I can't spell worth a damn. Right? But then when I went and took it again at another place, my math was off the charts. And I kind of say it's because in the test, they were going over long division and stuff like that. And I hadn't learned long division because, again, I'm stuck at the level of the other kids that were in my class that were learning. It's like, wait, man, you're telling me I'm supposed to learn this and maybe go out and teach myself this on my own? I'm kind of confused here, guys. But yeah, even that was kind of pointless because it was in elementary school and the program really didn't do anything. It wasn't like they were actually teaching you anything else. The difference was it was to keep you from getting bored in your classes, right? Because in the class, you'd be done your work before everybody else was, and you'd just be sitting there bored. This was kind of a way to keep smart kids from getting bored, I guess. And then when I went to high school, I didn't get to take many AP classes because there weren't that many available. There you go. It's worth a damn. Yeah, I hate to say I'm probably still going to need another coat. And this was with white primer. That's how crazy it is. White is just so hard to get a good, clean coverage. I don't know. Maybe when I put I actually, now I'm thinking about it. Once I'm painting his gloves. I don't even have I'm wondering if once I get the black one, I think it'll pop and I won't need to do a second coat. Probably will back here because this is not going to have black, so it's the only thing you're going to see is this. Probably the other problem is it's actually still got gray as the base coat, and then I just sprayed a little bit of white. Whereas if like I would have just primed him white, it'd been a little bit different because then I would make sure that the blue is covered particularly. So that kind of stopped me doing what I was doing. I don't want to do the yellow. I don't want to do the yellow. We're playing with big brush. Let's play with big boy. All right, so we're just gonna do dark blue. Straight up, nothing fancy. Dark blue. And a lot of it. That's probably too much, unfortunately. Now that I did it. And I don't have another dark blue. I think after that, then I go to regular flat blue. And, well, I kind of got this. I got the ultramarine blue. But those are both kind of lighter, because then I go to dark sky, which is that purpley blue that I did on a couple characters. And there's another one. I gotta make it smooth because, like, his belly is all you got. If it's not smooth, you're gonna see it. Oh, dang it! His legs are. Dang it! I forgot his legs are uncovered. Because again, the art, you can't really see it, but now I'm looking down here and you can see his one leg down here in that corner. Like, I couldn't see. I was looking at the backside originally, which there we go. So I got 2 coats. I got to put 2 coats on his legs. We're just going to do right here. The reason I want to be careful right here is just because blue is a pain to cover up. Especially with like a cream or a tan. Bob's belt is the same color. Is it blue? I don't think it is. I think it's yellow. I think that's his belt there. That's definitely not Toad. Yeah, I think his belt's yellow, so it's the same. He's got the yellow accent marks. Which I did not paint pink, so we get to do that too. Baby got back. That's gonna be fun. I gotta paint his legs under there. I'm guessing his boots are blue with the yellow accent as well. Blob in a Fantastic Four uniform. Yeah. He was trying to join, and they told him no. That's why he turned to a life of crime with the Brotherhood. Fantastic Four rejected him. Probably gonna have to get a smaller brush for that piece. Going pink to yellow. Yeah, so I'll do pink to yellow on this one. So I mean, it's a different yellow. I probably don't necessarily have to, but better safe than sorry. All right, let's go to a little bit smaller brush. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Hey, Pickle. Can stick around, want to pop in, say hi. Hey, Pickle, it's been a while, man. How you doing? How you doing? I'm painting minis. I'm just painting some minis. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Good yourself? As good as can be with a 2-year-old running around the house, right? Could always use a new job. Could always use more money. You know, normal life. Like I said, I'm in good health. Oddity's in good health. Baby's in good health. So technically, can't ask for much more, right? I hear that, yeah. And more time. More time's another factor, right? More time to play board games. Not enough time in the day to play board games. I'm not sure what I should do with this area right here. Because, like, the shirt's supposed to end. But the mold doesn't have it in because it wants it to kind of be fat around his neck. But the mold is a 2-piece mold back here, so it makes it kind of weird. It's reminding me of Thor's hair again. I'm getting PTSD flashbacks. PTSD flashbacks. There he goes. Big old boy. All right, so let's I'm gonna need 2 coats on his skin, on his legs. So we'll go ahead and get 1 coat on there, and then do the pink, and then do the second coat. That was tawny flesh, right? Yeah. All right, let's get this. I don't know why I went to my big basing brush. I think I enjoy doing touch-ups. I think that's my passion in life. Let's just do touch-ups. It'd be slightly better if they had put like some kind of the I don't want to call it the edging that's around his arms and his boots and stuff. They're gonna put that same edging on his legs, around his legs, and you have a little bit more flexibility between the two colors. Mm-mm. That's weird. Marvel tries to make every bad guy into a good guy at some point. And usually it sticks around for a little while, or at least they consider them, you know, a good guy. But I don't know if Blob has ever really been a good guy. Like even Juggernaut, they've had him be a good guy, which is why they have the hero version, right, that you can play. Magneto more than one time. Yeah, I figured I was gonna have to do that. I can't get the back of his kneecap. But Blob, no. Pyro, yes. Pyro, I'm reading Krakoa right now, and Pyro's actually on the Marauders with Kitty Pryde. So I say he's a good guy, but you know, he just gets to be a pirate, so I think he's just he's living his evil schemes vicariously through being a pirate. All right. Do a small touch up on some of these higher areas that I noticed. I think that's probably the closest time you had of like pretty much no mutant being a bad guy was during Krakoa, because they, at least right now, they're having to take on like other things, kind of going back after the Sentinels and all that stuff again. Oh dang it! Well, I know I was gonna have to do touch-ups, but don't make yourself have to do touch-ups. Which mutant's powers would good you want if you could? I don't know. I don't know. Got a jet. Have a good night. You too, Pickle. I don't know. I don't know what I'd want. Like, you always say, like, as a kid and all that stuff. Honestly, I still have, like, one of my biggest fears, of course, is still, as most people probably, is dying, right? So I'd probably say, like, Wolverines. Or really any of them that are in the longevity healing factor type thing. But I think a lot of people, they would think about it from the context of like connections, personal connections and stuff like that. Um, I'm sometimes emotionally detached, so I don't, the entire world dying around you and you still going on. I don't know if that would bother me as much. I know what I want. The mutant power to make money. It's not the mutant power you want. I don't want to be bad, so I don't want to like get a mutant power and then steal the money. But if I had a mutant power that just made money, oh, it's modern times. I could have a mutant power that farms bitcoins, right? Hmm. Which I guess technically any mutant who has the ability to control machines and computer programs could, I guess, kind of do that, couldn't they? What's Nightcrawler's range? They, I forget. They've said what it is, but the key things is like they always say he needs to see where he's going, right? Because if he doesn't know where he is and he's never seen where he's going, then he could, bamf into a wall or something like that. So they always say he needs to see where he's going. But I think if he's been there before, he could port completely across the world. Pixie, on the other hand, I don't think has that restraint. Now, Magic, right? She doesn't because she just uses her sword to port down through the demon plane. I don't think it's... Is it hell where her demon plane is? Right? And then, so yeah. So she just goes down, ports everybody through, and then comes back out. They've retconned Nightcrawler's origins. So Mystique is still his mom, but they changed it to where she was pretending to be Mephisto. Or not Mephisto. Who's the red demon mutant? She's pretending to be him. Intentionally. It wasn't like she was tricking somebody, but then her girlfriend Destiny and her had a child together because she was being him. So it kind of leads this extra layer to Mystique that when she changes or turns into somebody else, she kind of takes on their DNA. Like it literally rewrites her DNA. It's kind of what they did in the story. That's how they explain why Nightcrawler has powers that are more like him. To be across oceans is a courier job. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because I know there was one where he was teleporting and he kept having to teleport further ahead from where he could see, and he just kept kind of doing that over and over and over again. And oh, his speed stays. So that's the other thing. So his speed stays. So like if he's falling out of a plane and he were to teleport and then to right where he needed to land, the momentum is still there. So the momentum stays. So he would go splat if he just teleported right next to the ground. So what he has to do is kind of teleport in short bursts to kind of keep slowing him down. Why I'm worried so much about I'm trying to get this perfect under here. I mean, the only time I'm going to see that is when probably never, because I really can't even see it when if I were to lay him on his side right now. Just, I know it's not painted correctly. That's where black primer comes in to save the day, I guess. That's the spot I was trying to get. All right, big blue boy. All right, so now we need pink, right? Pink. Pink, pink, pink. Let's go a little bit bigger. Split our difference. It looks weird. Who is one of the faster flyers? That would be the twins, I believe, from Alpha Flight. Oh, I can't remember their names. North Star and Polaris? Because they have super speed to begin with, but when they're together, like their powers like double. Although I don't know if they're on par. I mean, because they can fly, and you said flight. I don't know if they're as fast as Quicksilver though. Although Quicksilver is no longer a mutant. I think, is there another speedster mutant? Because I think the problem was Quicksilver was like the signature speedster mutant. And then when he was no longer a mutant, I can't say they gave that power to anybody else. The power they like to give to everybody, though, is telepathy and telekinesis. And not every new mutant they make has those two powers. This was Frumplegrump, um, who paints minis. He does a lot of alternate color schemes. I could see him just leaving the pink. Just because. This is a fun one. Can't even see the line for it. It's going to need some serious touch-up. Do the boots have a yellow? Yeah, they're going to have a yellow stripe too. Right, the key. No, they want to just make it fun for me there, David. They want to make it fun. I could probably gotten away with not doing it, but something to break up the bottoms. Okay. All right, I think we got it all. Pinky. All right, now the question is, so here's the thing. I could make it the same color yellow that he is. I mean, they kind of look the same. But the yellow I grabbed is my bright yellow. I wonder if I should have gone with this one. Probably. That other one's given me trouble recently anyways, the demonic yellow. Don't be too close when Blob's bottom breaks up. Alright, so again, I haven't gotten a single mini done because they just keep switching around. I should probably stop doing that. Considering this is going to take like 2 coats of yellow on both these guys, it's probably the better thing to do right now. And the same thing, I have a yellow primer. I don't know why I didn't prime him yellow. Like I did the white one, Fantomex. I probably should have just threw a yellow on him real quick and called it. Alright, so I don't need to worry about being clean with him. Yellow just doesn't go on smooth. Do thin coats. Yeah, I need to look up his backpack, don't I? Anyway, TP or super flight would be cool. Yeah, yeah. I've always thought about that too, like being able to like teleport and just be wherever you need to be. Like mentioned earlier, right? That I'm impatient. I don't like waiting around. Um, so being like driving to get somewhere, flying to get somewhere. This looks horrible. I don't know how it looks on screen, but in person, this looks horrible right now. Like, and I've already thinned this once, and I'm afraid to thin it a second time. Maybe that's what I always do wrong. Maybe you do need it like so thin that it's almost a glaze when you're putting it on. You do that glaze like 6 times. Ain't nobody got time for that. All right. So I don't think I want to make his hair that yellow. I was gonna make his hair that yellow, but I think I think I've changed my mind on that one. I think we'll do his hair this pale yellow, and this is what I need for Blob's hair. All right. All right. So a little bit of this. Well, not a lot of it, but a lot of it. That was too much, Will. Dang it, where'd I get you from? I also don't know why I don't always try to just base coat yellow with this, because this yellow actually covers pretty good. I always forget about that. The ochre yellows actually color decently. I think it's because like nobody says to color something in an ochre yellow. They're always like, oh, cover it in pink, and then go to yellow. And again, is this covering good because I did pink first? No say. Can't say his hair is playing havoc on my brush though. Playing havoc. Have I painted havoc yet? No, we haven't painted havoc yet. All right. Oh, forgot that needs to be yellow too. All right. To the blob again. All right. Definitely be touching up blue. As thin as this is, it starts to kind of run off the edges a little bit. And how close I get to the edge. There we go. The blue one is cap again. I think I'd already touched that up once. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out how this shirt actually goes up on the top because I don't see the line. I'm gonna have to do all this at least one more time, if not two more times. This is not fun. All right, that's his first coat. Let's go ahead and get his hair done while we got him on here. Yeah, these little ochre type brown colors cover pretty good. Uh, blonde for blonde for Blob. Yeah, it's like he's got like dark, dirty blonde hair. This one's coming out a little bit lighter than I thought it was going to be because this matches. I know it matches, so I'm thinking it just needs to dry so it can darken up. And we're matching the art. Again, it's been a while. My brain is drawing a blank. What color his hair is in the comics. You know, like these colors and the yellows are like so close that like you can barely tell. So hopefully when I get the second coat, because like on the palette I can tell these are distinctly different colors, but it's probably because of the pink right now, so they don't look. Yeah, right. Those are dry enough. And now it's like I painted that color. And it's like I should have just painted all of his cuffs and stuff that color because that was so much easier to put on. like I'm doing a base rim when I'm going around his waist. I'm definitely gonna need a third coat. That's what I think. And lots of touch-up. That blue keeps poking through like that. I might need a fourth coat. All right. Chargers football team colors. Yeah, I don't remember in the comics if he what he did. I know he's circus, circus sideshow. You know, in the movie they had him as a boxer, right? I don't know if he was I would imagine like high school and all that stuff. Yeah, he probably was on the football team. I know Beast was on the football team. All right. Round 2 for Pyro. Yeah, because I'm thinking about like if I would have just painted him yellow, then all I'd have to do is paint him orange. Or paint his orange. And it's honestly that so my local store was going out of business, which I've mentioned in the past. And so I picked up some colored primers. And one of them was the Army Painter I think it's this yellow. I think it's this yellow. So the demonic yellow. And the only reason I picked it up is because I'm like, oh, at last time I painted an X-Men character, there was so much yellow on it. Like I'll just get yellow and always paint my X-Men characters yellow. Like prime them yellow. Yeah, that's not what I did. All right. I'll read the emblem again this time. So that's 2 coats down. All right. This is ready for 3 or not. Probably should let both of these dry just a little bit and then before I go back on the 3rd coat. Added benefit, it's sitting on my wet palette, so it'll actually start making it get watered down more. So then it hopefully glaze a little bit. But yeah, so it's still like running off in certain areas. It's not quite how we need it. So let's go back to Storm. So I'm seeing her at a distance, and her skin tone is just a touch darker than I would prefer it. So let's see here. Let's see. Lighten it up a bit with, what is this, heavy brown? Let's see if I lighten it up a bit with heavy brown. 2nd coat for his hair. No, I don't think I'll need a 2nd coat on his hair. Like I said, the ochre yellows, the yellowish browny ones, they have, I guess, because whatever makes brown in the pigment does better. Although I do need to debate whether or not I want to keep his hair this color or do I want to go darker, because that'd be the next step. Don't know. All right, back to Storm. So we're gonna do, let's just do one. I'll say in 1 drop, but that was a little bit more than 1 drop though. Oops. All right, so let us some water. Let's mix these 2 browns together and see if I get something closer. So I use that same, I know I used that same brown on Shuri, and it looked good on Shuri, but she was wearing lighter colors, and so with Storm wearing her darker colors, black, the brown just doesn't work right. So let's go ahead. This looks like melted chocolate. Probably gonna need more than 1 coat too. I'm not taking it down too much. It's about a half a shade. About a half a shade lighter. Because again, I'm mixing it with the dark flesh tone. And then that's a dark brown to begin with, the heavy brown. So ever go for textures like a toothbrush adding streaks easier for paintbrushes? It depends, I guess, on what I want to do. I like trying new techniques, but normally, however I started painting a particular game, I want to keep painting that game that way. So since we've always done these as just a very simple base coat paint. I've never like tried to experiment with these guys, but like on another one, like another game, and I don't, I don't have a set style I want to do yet. Then yeah, I'll experiment when I'm doing those. Get out of the eye sockets. These minis have big eyes and they like to drink. I like to drink the paint in them. So it's kind of the same thing with like your shadow highlight techniques. I just haven't had the desire to learn to do that and to spend time on a mini to do that. But if I had a game that maybe only had like a handful of minis and it was like a game I'd really like a lot, then I might spend that amount of time. I don't find it worth the extra effort of going from an hour per mini to like 3 hours per mini. Yeah, that helped. That helped a lot. Like I can see here definitely, like when she was sitting across I say across the table, but like arm length away from me, I couldn't tell. She just looked like a big blob. So I think that helped a lot. Again, doesn't look like it on the monitor, but it looks good here. And I missed her boot again. How I had painted that boot twice. I painted a necromantic cloak and I painted it regular black. And I still missed a dot. Where'd that dot go? I saw you. And actually, that's her pants again. How? How? Just wait till I get my magnifiers out. I'm gonna drive myself crazy. All right, I should have done her hair when I had the white out. But now the white is gone. So, nope, not bleached linen. Dragon white. I also need to do that lightning bolt too. Although I kind of want to do the explosion of the base. Question is, the explosion of the base, do I make it smoke, like gray smoke? Or do I make it like an electric fire? Don't know. So I would just paint the whole thing white for now. We'll figure it out. Painting hair with white out would be interesting. See, the white out might have better coverage, but unfortunately it does get kind of like chalky and kind of clumpy. Has been the pain of using white out. Whenever you have white out, it's like because it starts to dry so quick, right? So you can write right back over it so quick. And half the time messes up whatever you're trying to white out. Now they do have this new whiteout, like you kind of roll them like a piece of tape. I say they have now, but I mean, shoot, last time I used them was decades ago. I know they still make the whiteout in the bottle with the brush. You're slipping below the camera frame. Yeah, I had to flip her upside down so I could see her. Thanks. All right. All right, while we got the white and while we're doing this, let's switch brushes and we'll do her pupils. Oh, and her eyebrows. So we're going to X-ray specs. All right, we need tiny brush. Actually, this is my tiniest brush. Tiniest brush is the one I use for making the actual pupils. This is the slightly tinier brush. There she goes. Lightning basically went, oh yeah, I did say I want to do that white, didn't I? Yeah, well, white, because in the picture it's kind of white and they got this blue. So I'm going to do white and I'm going to like dilute my pastel speed paint a whole lot and then wash over it. That's how I did Ironheart. That does not work very well when you move those glasses well. So I'm going to put these on. I'm going to see tons of things I want to fix on it. But actually, I think I got them all. Let me do one more pass on our eyebrows though, because that brown is a little bit hard to cover up. All right, so yeah, let me do the thanks for the reminder on the lightning bolt. I did say I was going to paint all that white, didn't I? I guess we need to use basing brush for that because I need to get that done a lot. Yeah, the part I'm not sure about is the, like I said, is the explosion. I don't know what color I want to make the explosion. Because like I said, I can make the explosion colored. I can make the explosion just like gray smoke. Or I could make the explosion like blue electrical kind of coming from behind the smoke. Kind of weird how they did it. And there's like rocks and stuff spewing out too, so I gotta color all that, something, some color. Maybe I do it like a light gray, and then yeah, just do a blue wash over the whole thing, like the lightning's lighting up the explosion dust cloud thingy, whatever this is. Problem is I'm not going to be able to get really in there to really do a good fiery effect, like a fire smoke effect. I think that's what I'm probably going to do. Yeah, white would be easier. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, that's when we're playing. That's what we're going to see. So, all right. Well, I've got this white. Let me just double check Mr. Fantomex here. Why I'm worried about those two things on the top of his head. Those are black. All right. Back to our wonderful fun time with yellow. I got everybody about like probably 70%, except for Toad. I haven't even touched Toad. I haven't even touched him. Everyone's eyes and teeth now. No, more yellow. With the white out, yeah, I probably should have. I had the white out, probably should have. Leave those alone, Will. They're not dry yet. Feel like we're going to have a fourth coat. Yeah, I feel like we're going to have a fourth coat here. And lots of touch-up. I mean, this is like, I remember Professor X's chair. That was like another one. It's like, I should have painted him yellow. Didn't paint it yellow. Again, I don't remember how many coats it took, but it took a lot, and it still isn't smooth and buttery like I'd like it. That's, I mean, that's yellow for you. People that can paint yellow just know how to paint yellow. They probably don't actually paint yellow anymore either, because they do the multiple highlight shading, right? So they're probably painting orange, and then like a bright yellow, and then the final highlight with like a probably one of those light yellows, like a pale yellow, and then it just gives it the appearance that it's yellow. Which, I mean, it is a bunch of yellow colors, but then your blotchiness that I'm getting from this yellow doesn't happen. To the hoses. Key thing is that I don't want to add so much that I start covering up details. Probably one more. I'm thinking four coats. So let's change gears for a little bit. Let's get some paint on every mini. So I need to do his tongue and I need to do her lips. So we'll go ahead and knock that out. In the art, they have it like really red. I don't want it really red. Tongues aren't red. That works. Let's not use that big brush for her lips. I was going to just dab that right on her lips. But no, probably shouldn't. That might be two. That's two. It's too much. Pull some of it off. It didn't do what I wanted to do. Let's mix some of the brown in with it so it'll darken it a bit. That's better. Just enough. Oh, she also has lightning bolt earrings, which I'll make those gold, so. All right, back to Toad. Do his clothes. I mean, he didn't have much to him, really. He didn't have much to him. His pants are green. Or his underpants are green. He's not wearing pants. I had a little bit too much of this on the palette. I don't think I'll need 2 coats, but I definitely put too much on the palette. I still haven't figured that out. I'm not a good judge of like how much I need. And I always put too much rather than too little and then squirting out more. Which is then why my palette is like got paint all over it. So I'm like, that's gonna be fun. I gotta do green up in there too. Nah. Why does Toads have old Aquaman colors? Yeah, I don't know. Do not know. Alright, so for his hair, I don't need the brown as dark as Storm's. So I will want to yellow it up. I just take this flesh tone. That might be too light. Not the color I was going for. I was trying to go a little darker and didn't get it just right. I think it'll be fine once I get the green because it'll kind of contrast. I think that'll be good enough for his hair. Not the end of the world. So do I need to do another coat of the orange? So that's gonna have to dry before I do the green. All right. Coat number 4 of the yellow. It looks like it almost be ready. So I'm hoping this fourth coat is the last one. Ooh, I whacked his knee. I whack his knee with. Whatever I whacked his knee with, it was good enough to pull the primer off too. Well, stop playing with that. Let it dry. Because I haven't done this in a while. it was probably my knee. It was probably my thumbnail. Now I think about it, I was probably hit it with my thumbnail when I was pushing this in. Yeah, his touch-up isn't going to be fun because everything I'm messing up here with the straps, I'm probably going to mess up again when I do the touch-up. So I'm going to have to go back with the straps and then go back with the touch-up. Oh, that's 4. When someone asks you your painting went, you can say nailed it. Yeah. All right, that's 4 coats. I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna have to do a 5th one or not. I'm thinking I'm gonna do 4 tonight, and then I'll look at them tomorrow. And I think it needs a 5th. I'll put a 5th on it offline. Still haven't looked up what color Pyro's backpack's supposed to be. Yeah, it's 4 coats of yellow. That's crazy, man. Crazy, 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 crazy. So, Toad Green. We'll say my what palette is doing better without having that fan over top going. Probably not the green I wanted, but I don't have an in-between green. I guess an in-between green would be mix this with something else, Will, and then you make an in-between green. Slightly darker green might be better. Yeah, that was kind of my fear with this one. But the problem is I don't have a darker... I have this, but see, the problem is, and this is where the problem comes in, is in the art, right, it's got that highlight, and then it's got this other green on the bottom. So I kind of want to go down to this way. So this is definitely not, that's more of a camo olive green. I have green, my goblin green. I like my goblin green. I've used that for things before. Let's try that. I don't think his other glove is a difference. It's like, how did I miss this one spot on his back? I forgot. Yeah, it matches better. Yeah. It was on the other side, like, so I've got the colors in like an order based on the Army Painter color chart that they have. And then I kind of put my extra colors in between where either I was missing an Army Painter color or I felt that it fit. And then when you put them inside of my case that I've got them in, it doesn't work very well. Yeah, it's going to touch it. So I figured this is all going to need to touch it because I got to get... And there's no way I'm getting green in there without hitting the orange. I'll do this. Now I need the art of the Xavier Institute tile to see what color this sign's supposed to be. And the wall. Oh. Imagine most people don't make it match. Maybe the first screen is better, sadly. Well, what I can do for the top coat, I can mix like 50-50 maybe. Yeah, because that's everything. Everything dries darker. And I always got to remember that. Right? So everything dries darker. We'll finish it off with this one, and then maybe I'll, like I said, do a mix as a second coat. Don't forget his first glove. Ah, yeah. That was his power glove. It was glowing with raw energy. Raw toad energy. Frog leg is something I've wanted to eat sometime down south. I've had frog legs. They're good. Like they say, tastes like chicken. I know I've mentioned it on streams. I don't know if it's been on one that you've been on. So, like, I went on a carnival cruise once upon a time, and they have a menu. And on that menu, they have, you can try different things. Well, they wanted, to be adventurous, right? Because you're on a cruise and try new things. They had on the menu, it was like it was kind of, I don't know what it was called. It was like tried and true, um, you know, uh, go outside of your comfort zone, right? And then it was like, have you ever wanna? And the have you ever wanna had like all the weird things that most people, would never have tried, but hey, you can try it because we have it on the menu. And so the first night they come out and they ask, I said, no, I'll take the have you ever wanna, or whatever it was that night. I don't know if it was shark or if it was frogs or what it was. Second night they came out, ordered the same thing. I was like, no, I want the have you ever wanted. And I think at that night it was just like mussels or clams. It was, you know, nothing too out of the ordinary. And then like the third night, they didn't even ask me. They said, you're gonna do the same thing? Yep. Because you have when you're on a Carnival cruise, you have the same servers and you have a designated time to eat. So yeah, they just basically just stopped asking me and just brought that to me because they're like, I'm gonna just keep trying the new stuff. Keep bringing it to me. I don't know. Now, again, on the camera, he does look darker than he does in person. So I'm kind of having that same issue from earlier. He looks darker on the camera than he does in person. There it goes. All right. So I was gonna say, let me touch up the orange, but if I don't know if I plan to, I don't know if I plan to do the other green, and then if I do, and then I gotta touch it up a second time. So for now, we're just gonna dot his eyes, get him ready. Gotta do everybody's eyes technically. It doesn't even need. I never is neat, and I always have to touch it up anyway, so I'm just kind of going with it. Pyros are white, and Wolverine currently has a visor on, so. Although I do want to put white in that visor. Pyros I can't do yet because I still got to do his orange. Gotta make the red pop. All right, so. Oh, where do I go? Where do I go? Finish Storm? Yeah, let's do Pyro's orange. So. Do I want to go straight orange or do I want to use that? I've got a lot of orange left. I think I'm going to use that orange I poured out for Toad. I think I'm going to do that first, and then I think I will use the other orange on top of that. Because I don't even know if I technically have the orange I want. This is more of like a reddish orange. Yeah, it's more of this, lava orange. Hey, that makes sense. Lava orange, fire. At least if I put this down as a base coat, then hopefully it means it'll be easier to cover it up. figured I was going to hit his hair. I did. Ella might be saying it's time for a break. Normally she has about 11. She's actually lasted longer than usual. Of course I'm going to hit the yellow. Why wouldn't I hit the yellow? Doesn't need a reddish orange yet. Yeah, yep. I'm just hoping this helps a bit with the coverage. It may not. And I don't know what color this backpack's supposed to be. Not to say I don't know what color the tanks are supposed to be, but like in the picture you can kind of see the tank and they're orange. But it's this frame that's kind of around the tanks. I feel like just having them all the same orange kind of makes it like just blend together too much. But again, his costume's only 2 colors, so. Yep, there we go. That's what I figured. All right, just in time too, because I think I was gonna say that's last my orange, but no, I got to do his gloves and his boots. So I'm gonna go ahead and let Bell out. I will be right back, guys. All right. She is bodied. All right. So we're going to go ahead and, I don't know. I know somebody, that is upside down. Well, I know, I know somebody had like taken all of the images and, oh, I can just go to the Marvel United wiki. That's right. Where's the search button? Stop it. Ugh. Pyro villain. Close the ad. Gotta love fandom wikis. All right. So. Oh, this is Kanjay Studios. He made a version. So see, they don't show that casing isn't around it in the art. So when they made him, they added this casing around it as well. So I could just do it like a metal, like straight metal. See if they, I don't know if the wiki put the painted. It should have, all right. Oh, they're probably not under Pyro. It's probably under Brotherhood. That's not doing it either. I don't know. Orange, yeah, current orange for the tanks and the reddish orange for the frame. Yeah, I could do that too. United, Pyro, Big Child. Okay, here we go. So that's how Big Child did it. They did it as like a copper metal thing. So yeah, so shoot, they actually painted him more of a red too. They kind of went red with him. What color is Pyro's? No, his outfit's orange. Stop it. Pyro, Marvel Comics. I don't know. Maybe it has maybe it is supposed to be red. Well, that changes things. Yeah, it's supposed to be red. Yeah, it's more of a red. I was gonna go with orange. It's more of a red. Do I have a reddy orange? Something that's more red. Let's see here. Mars red. That way it's red and orange. I think we can go with that. Did the hoses? Yeah, they did the hoses copper too. Which I guess, you know, kind of works too. Now I do have copper. That's gold. That's greedy gold. Yeah, I do have a copper. Dragon copper. That could probably look good. Give them metallic, some metallic. I have that, and then I do have, where'd it go? I do have wrought iron too, which is more of like a, you know, it's a darker reddish color. Because I was debating what color I want to do the Xavier sign. I was thinking that that darker wrought iron would probably look good. Oh, dang it. I still need to do his boots and all that stuff. Jeez, man. That one makes me take a break and I forget where I was. Now that's the one thing I wonder. So for the new Zombicide, they didn't say who their painters were. So I'm curious if they actually use Big Child, because they've always said if it's Big Child that painted their minis. Or whether Asmodee has their own in-house paint team now, which they might. But I know like they, I think Sorestro is like one of their official painters for their Star Wars stuff, or maybe he was, but now, like, I mean, I know they send him the stuff and he paints it anyways, so I don't know. For the sign, I think black base with gold letters. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're right. That's usually how it is, isn't it? That makes sense. Very weird spot because there's like all kinds of molding around here because of the flame. And the hose. I actually broke his arm and his hose when I didn't break it. It pulled out of the joint where it's supposed to be glued together, and it came out pretty easy. So I'm kind of like, did they glue these guys together or not? So I had to glue his hand back into its socket. What I was thinking of was DC United. They offered a painting book. Like everybody's like, I want to know how to paint like that. I want to know how to paint like that. And it's like they offered a painting book. That's a waste of money. They're not going to show you how to actually paint. Well, we don't even know if we're going to get those pledges, but if we do, are we even still going to get the books and everything else promised? But like, you're not going to be able to follow necessarily their that book how to paint the minis. Right, because that would also require them to make Big Child would have to go back through and pretty much paint every mini again. Right? Because they already did it, and I know they didn't take pictures while they were doing it. So maybe they're filming it so they could just take screenshots of them filming it, but I highly doubt it. So they're filming it, guess what? You could just make that a video. Can't sell a video. I say that, but then there's like Skillshare and stuff like that. Alright, so we're good there. Alright, so let's get our Mars red. So, looking at Toad on the table now, and whatnot, again, he looks very dark there, but I think, like, it is the right color in person. So I don't think I need to make it lighter. I'm good with that. I do need to make that darker, though. I like the yellow hoses as is. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, they work. I mean, because even technically, right, if I really thought about it, like, I could make that yellow, but I hate painting yellow, so... Like you said, even leaving it like orange. But it's like metal. It's like holding it, encasing it. So I kind of feel like it should be like metal, a metal color. I'll do it. I won't like the look and watch paint over it. This may not work out. These older army painter paints, if I've never shaken them, are just horrible out the bottle. And my vortex mixer's over there. So hopefully, because I've already got a base coat, this goes on a little bit smoother than it looks like it's going to go on. Hoodloo boots and gloves orange. Yeah, too late now. Yeah, to get some variation in the color, I get it, yeah. It's all fire colors. Yeah, yeah. En fuego. We're gonna have to do 2 coats. This old army painter paint. Ugh. I hate saying that about army painter paints because I mean some of them are good, but some of them are just not very good. Why army painter started putting it's a lot of people don't know that, but that's the reason army painter started putting the mixing balls in their paint is because the way they were formulated, they just didn't mix very well just by shaking them. They automatically added the mixing balls. Now it's just like a standard for them. So even their new ones have the mixing balls. So I'd reached out to him a long time ago about maybe getting a set of the paints because I use them, especially the speed paints. And they said I didn't have enough painting videos. But they would watch my channel and if they ever saw an opportunity, and I'm like, yeah, you guys didn't watch my channel. Or don't watch my channel, I should say. But I do have, more painting that I'm doing now, so it may behoove them. No, it doesn't. They've got big time people talking about their stuff. They don't need me. So I wouldn't even know what I would do with like the old paints, like because I've still got them and they're new, right? I just bought them recently. Like it would just be a waste of all these paints. Yeah, definitely gonna have to do another coat. It's funny, the way this is going on almost reminds me of how the yellow goes on. I'm just whacking everything. You know, to touch up the madness. Question is me having a touch up, which of course increases my time, it just part of the process, or is it I'm horrible at what I'm doing and it's forcing me to do touch ups? Like when they deviate from the art, I always wonder why. Like sometimes I get it because like the mold or the mini won't work. But like with these, like they look perfectly fine in the art to just be two canisters. And I get it, they want to make it look like, oh, it's attached to them. If they didn't draw the back, then the 3D modeler probably just took liberties and did whatever they wanted to do. He's got Iron Man colors. They shop at the same Men's Warehouse. Superheroes Men's Warehouse. You okay over there, Busy? All right. All right, let me let that dry. Take a breather from reds and oranges for a little bit. The same thing, that's probably going to need a couple coats. Too late. I still got some on his knee. All right, so back to Toad. Not sure how I did that. I don't even remember doing that. Holy cow. I'd say he does not need another coat, but I'm on video. Yeah, I from here like I can kind of see some splotchiness because it didn't go on smooth. So it'll be another coat, but it'll be probably a watered down, so it'll be more like a glaze than an actual full coat. Let's see. I knew I hit his for the fire guy. Yeah. For pyro. Yeah. Yeah, I can see it here, but yeah, it's probably like you said, probably the video on video. It blends because of the color differences. Actually, a lot better on the green than I thought it did. I thought I hit some of the orange all over the place. I really didn't. Probably not enough for me to have to worry about, anyways. All right. So we need his eyes are green and white. So, all right. So we're going with this one. A whole brush in the wet palette. Give it a dry. So I can add the pupils. There you go. He has tiny little eyes now. Won't ever be able to see him. He's got them. I don't know if you can even see those. All right. So, do I just keep finish? Do I just finish him off? I gotta finish one of these guys. So, we need. Usually use terracotta for my brick. I did it again, didn't I? I did that brown and I forgot to put the brown on the top of the cap. There. Much better. Okay. Basin brush. My toad was the last one I started, and he's going to be the first one I finish. Yeah, we'll just paint the whole thing. Always paint black afterwards. I was gonna say finish, but now I can't finish him because I gotta wait for that to dry to paint the block. So. All right, so let's do Storm's base. You do these bricks. Actually, I don't know if it's bricks or what it is, because that's a grate there. Well, I said I was going to do gray, so I can do gray there and then do wash. Stone gray might be too long. No, it might work. Little flies buzzing around me. That's annoying. The only problem I have now is those bricks kind of blend in a little bit too well. So let's take a touch of you. There, that should give it just a little bit of variety. Use Storm as a bug zapper. Oh yeah, the bug goes flying around me. Yeah. All right. That's plate mail will work. Guess we'll do Wolverine after this. We'll have to do her. Um, Man, I need this for her as well. I think that's all she got. Yeah. And she got the earrings, which they kind of have it as a golden color, but doing the silver. That works. All right. Wolverine with lots of metal. Right, so lots of machines. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Shiny. He's so shiny. All right. Now the fun part. He's got like, lights and stuff on him. We'll do his base up. I gotta do detail. I gotta fix some stuff with him. Fun detail time. Yeah, probably not too fun. Most of the cleanup's going to be the skin because I got black from the hoses and everything all over them. I just realized this one's kind of a weird, this Wolverine's a little weird because like the other one of course has like the hair on the arms and all that stuff. But this one I guess because you know must have shaved him or they did the experiments on him. So it doesn't have that same thing. All right, off to sleep. All right, David, you have a good one. All right, let's get him some teepers. Let's get him some teeth. It's an angry Wolverine. Yeah, let's go ahead and do, I guess we'll just wash his base now. Yeah, it didn't come close. It's almost 2, and I don't have anybody like quite finished. So I'll most likely be finishing these offline. That I want. Nope. 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 Yep. Let's try to get one mini done. Actually, I could probably finish off Toad too. I think mostly now it's just extra coats of paint and basing. Yeah, I got paint on my fingers. So, all right, let's get Toad done, and then we'll do Storm. Let's see where we're at. Technically, Blob's. Well, now I gotta do his eyes and his mouth. And I was gonna say technically he's done, but he's not. So. Let's show the Storm for a minute. We can do her lightning bolt. Basing takes quite a minute too. It's like, oh, almost done. Ah, you got a base. You got a base on top of your base. So this one. I need to use my tiny brush with metallics. We're gonna have to X-ray goggle this and make sure I don't get too close to where it needs to be. Question is, do I wash it? Thinking no. I think that's good. All right, let's see what I can get. Let's see if I can knock some more things out. I can probably go 30 minutes. All right, this big boy needs touch up. Some of those brushes, it dries out so quick. So they say you're supposed to have a bigger brush with a fine point than a tiny brush with a fine point. What do I see? More touch-ups. That's better. It's the only downside of using pink for yellow. You always end up with leftover pink. That's gonna have to dry. Or put a wash on. Alright, so let's get our next coat on dingbat here. Basically doing this like a glaze, I think. See how this comes out. Fun touch-up time with the yellow. Alright guys, that is Bella telling me to end the day. So I'm going to go ahead and end this stream. Appreciate everybody from coming out or anybody watching this far. Thanks. We will be back next week.